in the dark catacombs, you can hear heavy footsteps and a long, dragging noise, something sharp and metallic against stone. The thumps approach, and as you begin to prepare yourselves for some sort of fight, one of your party looks up and you see hands clasped over the railing above your head, and as you look up, a gaze meets yours, a face so human, with a wide smile and wicked teeth. As your party turns around, you see the beast, a poor wretch, its mouth torn open, and from it a parasitic neck terminated with a cool white human face. This grotesque of joy raises its blade, its wings aflutter like a crow ready to strike, and brings it down upon you, your friends, and your party, and whoever else you might bring in to face this grotesque creature. Hi, welcome back to Lemon Courage. Today we're painting this thing, the Grotesque of Joy. This is a model from Flesh of Gods. They're known for making intricate Dungeons & Dragons minis focused around horror, grimdark or gothic fantasy, and truly bringing nightmares to life. I recommend you go check them out on my mini factory. I've got a link in the description so you can find it easily. Today I'm painting up this Grotesque of Joy using a couple of styles we've seen already. So I'm doing the non-metallic metal on the gold sections. I've got a gore effect in mind for how this neck is protruding from the weird blue thing's body like a proboscis. The face, definitely inspired by Attack on Titan. I wanted to capture the terror, the creepiness of that big smile. Also, one of my viewers asked about doing freehand designs. So this time I've decided to put in a little free-handed sigil of Dagon, which is a symbol you might recognize from Lovecraftian stories, but it's relatively simple. I just wanted to show the basic steps. As always, if you like what you're seeing, drop a like, subscribe, find me on Instagram. I'm going to be joining TikTok soon, so hopefully it'll be up there too. If you're looking for more Lemon Courage, you can find me on Patreon, where I've got some goodies for my fans, access to Discord, and you can also see my upcoming schedule and the models that I'm particularly interested in. If you want to be a part of one of my Twitch streams, or be featured in a video, keep an eye out for posts on Instagram where I let people know when I'm going to be streaming and what I'm going to be painting. Let's get some paint on that brush and start making this monster as scary as we can. This is what we're painting today. For now, I'm dubbing this the Grotesque of Joy, because I looked up what do you call a gargoyle kind of cherub-looking thing, and the best thing I could come up with was a grotesque. Technically, this is called the Cherub of Wrath from Flesh of Gods. But I'm going with Grotesque of Joy. Just because, and it's really just this one thing. I wonder if I can get it really in camera. That face right here. Let's see if I can get the camera to focus on the face only. That face is just, it reminds me of like Solo Leveling. It reminds me of what's it called? Attack on Titan. It reminds me of so many things. So yeah, this is gonna be heaps of fun to paint, and we're gonna get at it. This time's gonna go a little bit different than the other times because, for one, this is not gonna be a typical like super dark, super bleak paint job. I'm actually going for more of a blues and teals. If you follow Warhammer, then you know this is kind of like a Tzeentch sort of look. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this thing have like a bluish belly. The way I'm interpreting this model is, let's see if I can find my knife. I always need it to point to stuff. but I can't find it this time. So, unless it's hiding. No. So what I'll do is I'll use a brush. Oh wait. Yeah, no. I'll just use a brush. So the way I'm interpreting it is that this thing, which is like the eyes, this nose, the other eye, this whole area is that's the head of this creature, or at least it was when it lived, and that this kind of from like that one side of the brush onwards to the right, that's coming out from inside of it, and I want it to look kind of like that. So it's going to be blues on the outside and then like purpley innards on the inside. And the idea is that this thing's stomach has prolapsed out of its own mouth and it's smiling at you, which I think is brutal, frickin' brutal. So yeah, it's gonna be different from the other ones that I've done because I'm actually gonna start with airbrushing. I think it's gonna help a lot with transition colors, and it's gonna help me get like a baseline down really quick. Plus, this is a big model, and we need a little bit of help in terms of getting it done quickly. So yeah, we're gonna do a little bit of airbrushing, not just airbrushing to prime, but like airbrushing proper. Bring out my handy dandy spraying wheel. That should be a good amount. I'm only doing one model after all. Airbrush thinner. I'm going to say it every single time. This stuff is worth it. Oh, you know what? I just realized something. I need to change the ISO. Give me 1 second. Because this is... I forget how to do this on this camera. You know what? To hell with it. I'll just have it overexposed. Wait. No, because then I gotta fix it. I'm gonna put this thing on standby screen, but I'll put my audio on so you'll be able to hear me. This should be better. Not as overexposed. Yeah, that's better. Making your own thinner. Oh, never going back? You mean, Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, the Vallejo thinner is just... It just does a great job. So I don't need this as thin as what I've shown you guys in previous videos, because I am doing a base coat, kinda. And this base coat, by the way, is gonna be messy. Because it's an airbrush, it's just gonna go wherever the air goes. And that's why I do it as a first step. Later on, if I was doing it as like a later step for source lighting or something, I thin it down a lot to make sure I don't lose anything. Quick glove test. Yeah, this is gonna be a strong blue, which is great. That's what we want. Oops. These wings, the way I have it in my inspiration, is they're gonna do a big color transition. So I don't really need to worry about the wing part. I'm just gonna focus on the little chicken parts on top. Because the feathers and stuff, I'm gonna do something else with. Something I like about the Vallejo flat blue is, as advertised, it is incredibly flat. None of this is coming on shiny or, you know, it's just an incredibly matte, flat blue. Alright. Got a good amount of coverage. And I managed to not overspray on too much stuff. Again, my focus areas were the body. This arm is covered in a bracer, so I don't need to worry about that. The tops of these wings, the head that I've kind of decided this is the creature's original head, and this is all kind of coming out of the creature. The other half of the body, you know, I'm going to give it the classic lighter tone on the belly, just like most mammals have. Sorry, I'm reading your comment. Making your own. You forget the exact mix, but it's distilled water, isopropyl alcohol, flow improver, and a couple of drops of dish soap. It's amazing how much of the paint lineup is a combination of distilled water, flow improver, and something else. Yeah, and Vallejo, understandably, Vallejo has their own factory where they can make their own stuff. I'm not surprised that they're able to do it, you know, with a little bit more efficiency than any home lab. But it's a very handy recipe if you're really in a pinch. Still, though, just get yourself a whole bunch of it. Like you buy them in like 2-liter bottles. Hitting for maximum coverage. Not really worrying about overspray. Okay. And how are we doing for paint? We still have quite a lot, actually. Unfortunately, there's nothing else I really need to blue. So I'll just be extra thorough, I guess. The actual paint being applied by the airbrush is micrometers of depth. Enough that, like, unless you are A, not thinning your paints, or B, just doing 100 layers, you will not see a discernible difference in detail going over it a couple times. If you've airbrushed an entire model, and this is especially true for mechanical models, or mech minis, if you've done the whole thing with airbrush, chances are, if you're mad or unhappy with the result, you can just airbrush right on top of where you were, and you'll be fine. Oh. Okay. The mix-in color I have that I'm going to use is I'm going to use this Ice Storm. So Ice Storm is just blue and white, honestly. If you don't have it, don't fret. Go get yourself some other stuff. There's another one that I had to replace it, but I'm not sure where it is offhand. It might be I don't think it's French blue, but oh, there it is. I just spotted it. A close similar one is from Warpaint's Fanatic, which is a subset of Army Painter, called Frost Blue, which also works really well. And I'm just going to do a mix-in, because I'm doing a gradient. It's okay if I have some leftover paint from the previous color. I'm not doing a hard shift, I'm doing a gentle shift. But also, I seem to remember going out and buying... Oh no, they got a little bit more. Okay. This paint is really near its end. Okay. A little bit thick. I'm going to thin it down a little bit more. Great. I don't know how I can see that difference in contrast, but I can definitely see it. It's lighter. Actually, because it's not quite the super harsh, I might try and overspray just a little bit on the head. Strongly on the chest and torso. If you're ever wondering where this lighter color goes, think about your own body. Think about where on your body are you sensitive or ticklish, or where is the skin thin. Because this is a humanoid, a lot of these things are going to map out the same. So wherever you're sensitive tends to be where your skin is thin, which means that you've got easier access to your nerves, which is why it's sensitive in the first place. Generally, pigmentation in mammals works a similar way. Generally, not all the time. So, especially for these kinds of creatures. So, the chest area, the torso, where all the vital organs are, that's a lighter color because that's going to be thinner skin. But also, don't forget those areas like the armpits, the undersides of the wrists, the crotch or groinal area, and behind the knees. That's all going to be areas that that are going to be more sensitive and have a lighter, or if you're already fair-skinned, then potentially even darker, just a different pigment. Okay. It's about as light as I'm going to get out of this thing. And for the purposes of lighting the top of the head, it's just because it's standing in the light. Alright. I'm going to purge this. I'm going to come back and I'm going to refill with the light blue on its own. Because that dark blue is doing a little bit more work than I wanted to. This isn't a cleaning, this is just a purging, which means dumping out the rest of the paint. Different than cleaning. Because, for one, the paint is still wet. And for two, there will still be some bleed. Oh, I just switched to the frost blue. Hold on. Let me go back to the one that's not quite finished. I'm going to use the other end of this Q-tip just so that I'm not adding extra dark blue where I don't need it. Okay. As always, paint test on the glove. There we go. That's quite a bit lighter. Actually, as I'm looking at it now, I realize it's still kind of drying. I don't know how well you can see in there. So I'm going to give it a second to settle. I'm actually going to use this time to get this thing onto a handle. pinch-hitting. There we go. This thing has a grip on it. Helps me rest my hand when I'm dealing with a larger model. But this one is too large for the grip. So I need it to get off. Okay, great. Got it in the grip. I 3D printed this, by the way. If you want the file for this grip, you just let me know on chat or on Instagram or any of my other socials. I can find you the file. It's free. All right. Yeah, the area is dried now. Okay. That's a good looking belly. And now I'm going to do something a little bit different, which is I'm going to give a focal point to the hands. And the way I'm going to do that is the inside of the tongue part that's coming out of this creature that turns into the head. I want the face to end up being a human skin color. So the base color is going to be like a dark reddish skin color. To mimic that, which is in the red warm tones. To mimic that, what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to grab a purple, and I'm going to make the hands and the feet and the knees and maybe even these shoulders a little bit more purple. And yeah, we're going to go from there. To accomplish that, I'm going to use this Grimoire purple with a kind of messed up bottle cover, but it's from Army Painter, War Paints. And we're going to do it, and it's going to be awesome. I got to purge the rest of this blue. So the people who made this, Flesh of Gods, they tend to do like super dark, super gloomy, dark fantasy inspired models. And I think if they saw what I was doing with this, like making like purple and blues and Zinchi colors, they'd be like, oh my god, this is this was not the plan. Then again, maybe they don't care. For efficiency's sake, I'm going to see if I can use this purple for the beginning of the tongue part as well. Grab myself another Q-tip for mixing. I get mine from the drugstore. Actually, no, I don't. I get it from Amazon. But I get them in packs of like 1,000. Yeah, that contrast, that difference, I don't know how well it's showing up in camera, but from like blue to purple, I want that on the hands, on the shoulders, to make it look like there's a little more blood flow, a little bit more thick-skinned, a little bit more worn and used, and I want those hands to look menacing. The way to do that is to sort of dip into those reddish colors. I'm not doing this in front of the camera. Ooh. Okay. You know what? I'm also... no. I'm going to leave the head. I'm going to let the head look strained and malnourished in light of all this. What I will do is I'll give the wings a... nah. Yeah, I'll give the beginning of the wings. Just on the philosophy that the bend in the wing is kind of similar to the bend of an elbow. Okay, good. Got some nice tones going in there. And yeah, I'm going to try and just... get this all to look... because it's not that much different from the dark red I was going to use. Definitely giving the look of there's multiple things going on. The cloak and the wings I'm going to leave alone. I'm not going to do anything with it because I prefer to I prefer to paint cloaks by hand. The metal, you know me, I'm going to do a non-metallic metal. But what I am going to do is I'm going to get some of that skin color and just splash it on the face and a little bit of the neck, just to save me a bit of time later on trying to get the transitions in. But you can see already we've got a pretty good mapping of tones just with the airbrush. And it's only a 655. I've only been doing this for like 40 minutes. So the idea I have for this is that the face should look about as human as possible. I'll admit I've got a bit of preference, or not, I've got a little bit of, what do you call it? I'll admit, in my mind, it's a white face that I'm painting, because I'm a white guy. And you know what? We're just going to have to accept that. But, regardless, I think the light face is going to work really well. Kind of like how a... what's that fish in the deep ocean? An anglerfish, like an anglerfish, using a bright beacon. That face is going to act like an anglerfish's lure. It's going to give it a quick little splash of cleaner, because that purple is quite dark and I don't want to carry it over. So I don't really want to be wasting time repainting stuff because the color was wrong. Alright. So this is light flesh from Vallejo. And that was way too much of it. Oh well, here we are. Okay, so to watch out, what I'm noticing is that after I spray, when I do this for instance, get some color out, when I hit the air again, I get splash. So I need to make sure to do the splash before attempting to get the white features on. Here we go. One attempt. It is going. Consistent, smooth pressure is what I want. Nothing else. I'm not trying to dump crazy amounts of paint. I don't want any run lines. I just want it to be consistent and smooth. Alright. Since I've got way too much of this pink, I'm going to take the advantage, because my plan is to make the wings much lighter, and I'm going to do some of the lighting on the wings right now. Same thing as before, after I spray, I need to clear out the spit, and then I can continue. And on the back side. Oops. See, I forgot to do my spit, and I've got stuff on my wing now. It's okay. I know how to deal with it, but if you were trying to do like a weathering thing and you had one shot, that would have screwed it up right there. All right. Got our bright wings, we've got the bright face, we've got the features we're looking for. Now I just need to, I think it's time for me to switch over to the brush and get going on making these features a little bit more defined, just using a brush. I think we've done what we can with the airbrush, not including the base. We're not going to worry about the base for now. Do. Okay. It's taking a little longer than usual to clean. That's a little bit because of how dirty it was ahead of time. All right, airbrush section complete. Okay. Got our starting spot. I've got some decisions to make. Not that many decisions actually. I just need to start bringing out the features that I like. But I'm going to start with shadows. I love starting with shadows. So we're going to start with the blue body part. Then we'll get into the what's going on under the in the mouth, and then the cloak, then the wings, and then the metals. That's my plan. So the blues, starting with shadows. I'm going to go in with night blue from Game Color from Vallejo. And this is going to be my shadow color. Going in with a pretty generous brush. I might even give it a bit of a contrast paint just because there's so much texture going on here. So what I'll do is I'll mix it with like part, pigment, but also part contrast medium.
I'll do my usual thing, or I'll put it in a separate pool and bring it in as I need. This is the contrast medium I'm talking about from Citadel. Useful stuff. Okay. Let's get started. Try zooming in a little bit so you guys can see better what I'm doing. This is not quite how dark I want it, so I'm going to bring in some black. You know how I always say you should keep black around? That's for exactly this situation. You get a dark blue and you're like, you know what? Darker. Now that is a very dark blue. A little bit more what I was looking for. You can see a spot where I missed the supports. Okay. Just trying to add some extra definition in some of these creases. This guy already has a lot going on, but I want to give him just a little bit more for me to play with. Little scratches and nicks here and there. Helps me to tell the story as well. The dark will also work to add a slight layer of separation. Make things look like they are higher, lower, what have you, from where they actually are. Okay. Works for me. Nice amount of shading going on. A couple sections that are a little bit too strong. That's okay, I'll be able to bring it back with relative ease. I'm going to try and wipe off a little section that I think went a little bit too strong, which is just in here. Alright. Because the base is already done, I've got a really good idea of what's going on this miniature to begin with. It's going to jump right on in with a fine tooth, with a fine brush. And, where is it? Here we go. And just get some lighting details going. And we're going to do that with a mixture of this original blue and the light blue that I brought in earlier. Oof. That was more than I needed. That's okay. Bring my seat up a bit. I'm just following the guide of these textures. I don't need to come up with very much on my own, because there's a lot happening already. Just a bunch of these fun little ripples to play with. You know that thing that people do where they cause a problem just to come back in and be the person who solved the problem? I realized I just did a little bit of that just now to myself. This little inside of the leg, I gave it some darker blue, thinking like, oh, I'm gonna, this will work really well. And then of course I go back in with the lighter blues, and I'm like, you know what? That was just unnecessary work. I just added it to the mix because, I mean, I guess it's it's mine to do whatever I want, but still, had that moment of realization of like, oh yeah, I fixed it. Looks so good. Wait, that's how it looked before. Oh no, I've become the guy. Do any of you, have any of you been, the guy? Created a problem just to swoop in later and fix it? Zinch corruption. Yes, a little bit of Zinch corruption going on here. I've got a couple of my folks in the Discord chat were saying, Hugh paints a lot of this grimdark stuff. Which, to be clear, Zinch is still very much, a grimdark character. But a lot different from, like, the grays and blacks of, like, traditional grimdark. Never intentionally? Hey man, that's how it always goes. Never meant to be that person, but every once in a while you become that person and you're like, oh, damn it. But then you have a choice. Do you let it blow up into a problem that you can later on come in and swoop the day and then you're really that guy or girl? Or do you call it out early and deal with it, take your lashes for making the mistake in the first place, and then move on with life? Real difference in character depending on which one of those two you choose. Need more water for that. The fun thing about doing chicken skin is just bumpy. So it's a great time to practice your you have not walked in on a deep convo. This is far from a deep convo. Also, Haddock, I think I know who you are, but do you collect Dark Angels? Is that your thing? Because if you are, then I know exactly who you are. But if you're not, well, then I really don't know who you are. It's also possible I don't know who you are whatsoever. Which is the fun of being online on the internet. I was talking with some friends who were saying, like, painting is already stressful enough, they wouldn't want to do it live. And I'm like, it definitely was, intimidating the first time. But it gets a lot easier. Woo! Look at that little arm. I know we're looking at a lot of blue today, but hold on. Let me see if I can get that in focus. There you go. Look at that arm. Nice shine to it. I think I might have to come in with like white. You don't collect Dark Angels, but you're a big fan of Dark Angels, including their secrets. Well, now I'm just more confused than I was before. Dang it! I thought I was for sure had you pinned down as the person who I thought you were, but Clearly I was wrong. Well, whatever it is, welcome to the stream. And yes, Dark Angels and their secrets are phenomenal. I'm still at that stage where, like, most of the people who come onto the stream, I'm like, oh, I think I know who you are, because you might be like a friend who's like popped on for support. But I'm starting to get people who I actually don't know, which is really fun. I had someone yesterday who was in talking about Trench Crusade, which they've been collecting and painting since the start of COVID, and they were interested in doing in me doing some freehand artwork, like in Warhammer and in Trench Crusade. There's this stuff about like having these huge banners with like important heroes all over the banners as like, you know, propaganda. But they also look really cool on the tabletop. And what some people do as like a big flex on their army or in the hobby is they'll actually freehand all this custom artwork to go on their banners, which is a lot of fun and a totally unnecessary flex. But so the person who was on yesterday was like, you know, oh hey, maybe you could do that sometime. Or no, I think they were asking if I ever do it. And the answer was yes, sometimes. You're too slapdash about it. You usually paint for a few minutes and then goof off for a bit and then get back to it. Doing it nonstop on camera would be too much of a job. Well, you're not wrong. I do make a schedule and I keep it. Plus, I edit these videos and I put them on YouTube. So, it is a lot like a job, but it's one that I'm really enjoying. And for the longest time, it was just something I did. And then my friends were like, hey, put that online. You're doing a good enough job that you can put that online. Nice. Give me a quick rundown. What are the 7 you have on the desk? Right. Also learning to like loosen up a little bit on the camera. Like I know that I'm here to, you know, entertain, to host, to teach. That's kind of the way I see myself anyways. Fouarges! Am I saying Fouarges right? Please tell me. Fantastic blue hue. Thank you very much. I don't know if you knew my name was Hugh, but it is a perfect blue hue. Oh, I don't know what the title's set to. I realized the stream probably should have set the title differently. Whatever. It matters very little. Okay. Arms looking good. Lots of striations in the arms. Chest, except for this one area, I'm not happy with that, but everything else I'm pretty happy with the chest. Overall, feeling good. I gotta do more on the shins. And I'm gonna revisit the hands and the feet and the shoulders with that purple color again. I'm also going to zoom out again so you guys can see a little bit better. 2 hero mechs, 2 destroyed mech tokens. Oh, those are the ones you were doing last time, right? 1 mech and 1 drop shit that are in the weathering stage. I love the weathering stage. Just make sure you've enameled it first. Not enameled it. clear coated it, like protected it. Did some chipping and I used some more layering work before weathering. Yeah, nice. Very, very nice. Oh, while I was yapping, my brush dried. Someone was complaining about how like quickly their brush dries. That's how quick. Yes, enamels. That's the word I was looking for. Enamels. I have tried weathering before enamels, and I was devastated to find out how much damage I did to my model. It's quick and unforgiving and a lesson you will never forget. Okay. Giving the shin a little bit of love. All I'm really doing is tracing over the details that are already sculpted into the mini. If I wanted to, I guess I could just like dry brush the whole thing and then like slap it with some with a wash or something. But I'm actually having a lot of fun just like picking out some of these details. And it does end up making this thing look very Slaanesh coated. Which isn't a bad thing. Slaanesh is cool. We like Slaanesh. We like Lords of Change. They do change things. Changey things. Do. Okay. I'm going to fix that bit of chest I didn't like, and then I'm going to tackle... The shins actually don't need that much, so I'm going to do a little bit of this other calf. I'm going to fix this chest piece, and I'm going to do the lighter parts and the shoulders and hands. Okay. Great. So for the purple, I'm actually going to just use... I'm going to mix this light flesh that I used before on the face with the grimoire purple that I did the hands with. And between those two, I'm going to get a really nice highlight on the purple. And the intent really is to make it look like this creature has blood, and that blood is flowing to those areas. Because the whole horror of this creature is that there's this secondary being coming out of their throat and running the show. That drama is so much better if it really looks like the creature, the host creature of this parasite, if the host creature is like alive. Even if it is blue-toned. You know. Okay. I'm gonna get my brush. Okay. Got my lighter color. Let's see how it looks on the mini. Oh yeah. That is exactly what I wanted. I'm starting on the wiry part of the knuckles because that's just always the highest part. I can always work down from there. It's one of those areas that's just very hard for you to see in the camera, and I'm sorry. But if I held it in a way that I could see it better, you wouldn't see it at all. Is everyone ready for the year to be over tomorrow? The end of 2025. That's a pink foot. New high score reaching 2026. Hell yeah! That is worth it. Absolutely worth it. I'm loving this transition of like blue and purple as like a contrast, because I'm getting some really fun like stylistic changes here. I don't know how well you can see it because like the lights I have above me to help me see are like very cold lights. Cold meaning like a bluish color. But woo, definitely giving me the right look. Give me the creative heebie-jeebies in a good way. The shivers. Be like, oh dang, that feels good. It feels good, it looks good. Like the first time you have a root beer float. First time I had a root beer float. I don't know about you guys. reaching that back foot is going to be tricky. I usually spend this much time painting feet. These feet are fun to paint because they've got like really raised tendons and stuff. So I basically just kind of like hit the edge of the tendon and like run the paint along that, as opposed to like just a weird glob foot, which I've seen before on other models. Yeah. Or in the case of some of them. Actually, you know what, here's an example of a glob foot. If you look in there, there's like a foot in there. That's what I call a glob foot. It's like got the shape of a foot. If you look super, super small, you can see the toes, but like it's going to be too small for me to actually paint. So it just turns into a glob. Whereas these feet have definition. They have toes. Someone should contact the creators of these nightmare creatures and tell them to put them on Fantasy Foot Finder, which is probably not a real thing. And if it is a real thing, please no one tell me. I don't want to know. I'm better off not knowing. Okay. Repeat, but with brighter highlights. So more like a light pink. And you're only hitting areas that you've already hit with the purple, because otherwise it's going to look really out of place. You need to stick to the paths you've already gone on. And if you find a spot that you missed, that you need to like hit, don't just jump in with your bright highlight. Go back to the darker purple, hit that first, and then do the lighter purple. Just taking my advantage and getting a little bit of work done on the neck down here. Seeing as how the neck is also supposed to be that lighter pink color. I'm working up to it. And this is about as bright as I'm going to go with the purple sections. Because any brighter and I'm starting to fight in luminosity with the face. And I don't want to do that. I want this to be a unfair fight where the face is the brightest part, like that anglerfish. Okay. Good. Those hands are looking nice and purple. The shoulders are popping nicely in a good way, not in a RMT people would be worried kind of way. I wonder if there's a way I could set it up so that if someone joins the stream, I get a little thing on my screen that's like, "Hey, welcome to the screen." I'd be one of those people. Alright, good amount of purple, good amount of blue. I'm liking this a lot. I'm leaving the wings for now, because there's a whole other thing that's going to happen with the wings. I'm going to come back to this face right now. And the face part, which is on the top of this head, I'm going to give much more detail just in the lighter blue colors. I'm going to give a bit of the purple to the eye sockets. Because they are supposed to be pretty macabre, pretty effed up. I want it to look like bruising, almost. Alright. Clean brush. Lighter blue. Hoping it hasn't dried on my palette already. Nope, still going. Great. Going for like a sorrowful face on this thing. I know it doesn't have much of an expression on it right now, but I want it to have an expression. Again, I want to add into the horror of this poor creature is alive. Okay. Looking good. Gonna give that purple color to the beginning of the tongue. I'm actually gonna go into more of a red. Because the purple is more in the direction of like a skin tone as a transitory color, but the red is gonna really show the contrast, especially at the beginning of the mouth. So going back to this color I've used before, burnt red, again, Vallejo. I don't think I'm going to finish this model tonight, but we'll see how far I get. Tomorrow's New Year's. I probably will not be streaming tomorrow. So for this bloody effect, less is more, always. I'm just trying to find the cracks and crevices. I'm going to put just a hint of the red. Just a hint, I don't need more. That indicates that blood is happening. Right? Oh, I'm sorry, I can't see. Like, it just looks, first of all, gross. But second, it really sells the whole, like, this is its face and the thing is coming out of it. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that there's little hints of the red all the way along this cloth. And I'm even going to give it a bit of the contrast medium, just so that it flows a little bit better and finds its way around the geometry of this model just a little bit better. I might even come back in with a lighter red, or just make a lighter red, just to add a little bit more depth to the bloody effect. Alright. A little bit of the lighter color, just to give a little bit of vibrancy to the blood. That's not quite right. What am I doing? Come on, buddy. You know you can't make things more red by adding pink. You can make things more red by adding more red. Great. All right. Good. I think we got it. Let's find out if we did. I think we did. Again, less is more. I really hope this doesn't turn into one of those things where I can't show this video to kids. Not that I intend to usually show my videos to kids, but like, I wonder if this one like extra problematic because they're like, oh, that's two spookers for them, but whatever. Alright, I got a nice effect going on here. It definitely looks like this thing is coming out from inside of the blue creature. The blue creature is the host, and the other creature is, well, not. I think for the host creature, I am going to use a wash. But I will not, I'll leave the face mostly alone. And then I'm going to put a coat down on the cloak, because the cloak is bugging me. And yeah. It's bugging me mostly because it's not done. Yeah. So, let's do a quick coat on the 2B part of the body. I really hope this creature lives in your nightmares, because it will live in mine. Where did I put my flesh wash? Here it is. Game wash, flesh wash. Flesh wash, it's in the flesh. Game wash, it's in the wash. I'm letting the wash sit pretty heavily over everything. I'm doing very little cleanup because I'm actually quite happy with it kind of taking over the redness. I'm still going to go in with a little bit of a, like, that warm flesh tone and carve in the parts that I want to be darker. But, for instance, sections in here on the bottom of the neck where I'm losing definition, I'm fine with that because I kind of want, I want this to look, it's less about the definition of the neck. We got a lot of bumps and bubbles. It's more about the overall redness as a contrast. I'm going to do some super fine-tuned painting, making this creature's face a little bit more defined. So I'm going to start with a coat of just plain light flesh because I'm not sure how well that applied. And then I'm going to go in with a darker color. I'm just trying to see which ones I have handy. I'll probably work into this beige red, which is a much darker color, but I think it'll work. I already have some of this on the palette. I'm going to switch brushes to this one, which does have a tendency to misbehave, but let's just hope for the best. Okay, I'm going to bring in that slightly darker tone. Oh, the camera's not even staying focused on the thing I wanted it to focus on. Son of a bitch. I wish there was an easy way on this camera to switch between manual focus and autofocus. Like a switch that I could just grab. Well, it's definitely giving life to the face. Can't say it's making it look any more friendly. That is looking fucking terrifying. Pardon my French. Oh, I do not do much with dry pigments. I use them very, very rarely, mostly because they are I don't have a good medium to mix them with to make my own pigments. And when I do use them, when I don't have a medium, it's for like doing terrain. Sorry, I'm trying to talk, but I'm also trying to make the worst face ever. I gotta hand it to Flesh of Gods. They've made a truly upsetting face here. Like, really, really upsetting. It's a pleasure to paint it, but good God. Man. Okay, I'm going to give this face a bit of a wash as well. I'm going to be careful with it because I do want to keep everything looking tidy and white. And I'll be coming back in with a white to tighten up those eyes and the teeth. Great news though. If you're ever doing like a serious horror campaign, you like seriously want to scare your friends, Flesh of Gods is where you want to go. Like Beastarium minis, I've done a couple of them. They have a creep factor for sure. There's like something creepy about them. But Flesh of Gods is on another level. Particularly this one. It is just awful. The whole shebang. Alright. I'm happy with the face. Oh, no, I'm not. I want to go back in with white. That's what I was doing. My classic matte white, featured in almost every video. Yeah, the actual pigment powder, or dry pigment, or pigment powder, what's cool about it is like it is the platelets that are otherwise in paint, just them alone. There's no solution sustaining them, or keeping them, wherever they need to be. So in a way, you're getting just the pure color, whatever tools or chemicals they use to accomplish that. One moment. Eyeball number 1. Eyeball number 2. That is upsetting. And now I just need to do the teeth. The teeth should be easy. Because they are, after all, just teeth. Damn it. Okay. Now tell me that face isn't terrifying. Staring right at you. It looks human, and yet the creature it's attached to is anything but human. The hair, I was going to do like a sandy brown hair. Like blonde, actually. And I guess I'll still do that. My inspiration for the face, by the way, was the faces from Attack on Titan. In case anyone's wondering where it comes from. So, for blonde, I'm just going to mix a bit of yellow into this already kind of beige-red color. Where's my yellow? Where's my yellow? Ah, there it is. Yeah, perfect. The nice thing about the Vortex mixer is that sometimes it leaves paint so well mixed that they're good the next day, which is nice. use this one. There we go. That is pretty blonde. Being careful not to hit the rest of my paint job with this. And I'm not going to do the underside, because the underside, actually no I will, but I'll do it much darker. Two coats. And yes, I want this hair to look pretty unnatural on this creature. The whole idea is that it is levels of deception and parasitism, you know, informing the design of this terrible thing. Okay. Once again, I'm using the contrast medium because I know it'll help the paint flow into the, you know, overall sculpt of the hair more easily. That is a little too strong. Let's bring it up a bit in terms of color. There we go. I'm sorry that I'm having such a hard time keeping the head in the center frame. It's a bit of a strange shaped model to be working with, so it's hard to just keep it all center. Someone asked me once, how do you paint hair? And my answer, now that I'm doing it, is this. Layers. Go back and forth between your colors. Make lots of subcolors, which is just mixing different darknesses and lightness. And it's not just about going lighter to darker. After you've done your lighter to darker, go back in with the lighter again and add an extra layer of lighter on top. And that's how you get your hair, I think. Because hair is all about layers. Okay. Also on here. It's going to carve in some separation for the hair. So that when I do this, there we go. That. I don't know how I can get it any more like close for you guys to see, because as I get closer, the camera struggles to focus. But there it is. That is an upsetting face. Yeah. Actually, wait, I can do one better for you guys. Let me just, I can make this in OBS. I can make it a little bit bigger. There we go. That is the best I can do. Oh, yeah. That does work too. I'm going for a little bit more of a greasy hair, but yeah. This is pretty bad. pretty upsetting. This would give my childhood self some good nightmares. The face is super disturbing. that is the idea of this one. Okay, I'm putting it back to the original size. And okay. All right. I'm happy with how this came out. I'm going to do a couple of little touch-ups with not this brush, because this is my my fancy Series 7, you know, Winsor & Newton super brush, which I actually don't like to use too often because it's like too fancy, you know? So I like to take good care of it, store it carefully, which also means giving it a wash. Remember, wash your brushes. If you don't have brush wash, go get some. It's like $6-7. It's worth it. You just gotta trust me. Wash your brushes, take care of them. When you're done washing your brush, so when you use this stuff to wash your brush, when you're done, leave, like, put it back in the soap, leave a coat of soap on the brush when you put it away. It creates a soft shape, like a leave-in conditioner. Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. A dirty, untrained squire. How dare ye, filthy, thou of unnoble blood. Alright. Yeah, I'm very happy with how that came out. That is pretty great. Alright, I'm going to start dropping in some heavy colors for the cloak and some colors for the metal. I want to bring back the green that we had here to begin with, because I just love that green. It's going to go really nicely with the blue flesh. So the metal's going to be a green base. The reference I have here is of, like, where is it? Can I zoom in on it? done. And then if I go over to my screenshots. Oh yeah, there we go. Now I can zoom in. Yeah, so the reference I have for this is like a burnished, like a cheap bronze, like what you'd see on one of those decorative sets from Michaels. That's got a bit of a green undertone with a bit of a gold color. See you later, crunch time. Thanks for joining. So yeah, brown cloak as always. I think it's just proper for cloaks to be kind of brownish. And I might do some fun freehand stuff on the back. And then the metal is going to be, metal. So, starting with the brown cloak. We're going to go in with this flat brown, English uniform. Sometimes I use flat brown, sometimes I use English uniform. This one is a bit more of a green tint. That's going to work really well with the blue everything that's been going on so far. Yeah. Actually, you know what? What if I actually start with Russian uniform, which is much more green, but still a little bit brown coated? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to do the Russian uniform. Green. Brown green, but green. And then I can use the English uniform as like a highlight. That will work well for me. Big brush for big work. You can feel the glue is starting to come undone on this brush. That's okay, it was inexpensive. Not to say that inexpensive brushes are bad, just that, don't be surprised when they crap out. You can do great work with inexpensive brushes. I don't need this here anymore. Bit of a darker green for this area that's shadowy. I'm just going to do it on the fly because I'm here, so why not? Back to the regular green. Over here. Back to that dark green for this section here. Back to the regular green. Over here. You know what, for this part, because I don't really need it to be held, I'm just going to hold it by hand. It's a little bit easier. Yeah, that works better. The parts that I can see well, that look like they should be exposed to the sunlight, are getting the green. The parts that are not as well exposed are getting the dark green. And that's about as complicated as it is ever going to get. Oops. Got a little bit on its head. This will be our first video I'm going to have to put a trigger warning on. I think some people will be like, ooh, I wonder if I can look at that painted blood. Woo! I see a spot I'm going to have to come back in with later to make it a little bit red and bloody, where it's supposed to be like poking through the fabric. Those of you who've been watching closely have noticed I've been doing a bit of wet blending, and that's only because I've got such a large surface area I'm working with. Otherwise, it would not be working. Alright, we've got the bulk of this cloak blocked in with that nice strong green. There's a couple spots I'll still need to hit, but those are coming along quickly. Okay, already lots of fun. A pop of color, a distinctive form. I'm gonna put in these dark spots to make it look like this fabric here is kind of soaking through with redness. The way I'm going to do that is I'm going to just, it's really simple. I'm going to mix some of the red with some of the green and get that like muddy, ugly brown. And that's going to be the indication of something bad has been happening in these robes. And the way I'm doing it is I'm kind of just like hitting the sides. You know? See what I mean? When it dries, it'll be a little bit more obvious. For the cloak, I'm going to do something kind of fun. I haven't gotten a chance to do this very much. I'm going to bust out a sponge. I'm going to sponge on a fun little texture. And then what I'll do is I'll freehand some sigil of some sort. I'll look something up and freehand that. But yeah. So, I just need to find myself a sponge. What do I have? I know I've got one around. Give me a moment to find it. If I have to, then what I'll do is I'll just use one of my dry brushes and stipple it on that way. But I would rather use a sponge. They are just so fun to use. Ah! There we go. Just a good old-fashioned makeup sponge. Nothing fancy. And I'm going to make a mixture. No, wait, I said I was going to do a highlight with the English uniform. So, English uniform it will be. Because I'm using a sponge, I need to mix up a lot more of this stuff, like thinned out with my water. So I'm just gonna spend a bit of time and get a bunch of it prepared. Okay. Oh. As a test, I'm gonna bring out my my dry brushing board, and I'm just gonna hit the sponge here, and yeah, that looks good. I like to test on something that's not important before I do it on the model. So I'm gonna have to swap out to a different angle to go between the wings, because the wings is not going to work with how wide that is. There we go. Now we're going to get some nice color depth in this robe of ours. I'm going to do the same thing along the top, but much more carefully. I say, glopping it on way too much. It's okay, I can use a different edge of the sponge to take it back. And I kind of want an uneven texture going on. Alright, I'm going to come back in after I have made this pigment just a little bit lighter using that same light skin tone I had before. I like to reuse highlight colors across different parts of the model because it helps keep everything cohesive. Which is important because I'm doing a whole bunch of different color switches in this model. And, you know, how are you going to keep the cohesion otherwise? It's important that you dab. There's no brushing involved. You're not like pushing the sponge on and then moving it anywhere. Oh my god, I'm not even in frame. You're not pushing the sponge on and moving it anywhere. You are just dabbing. Little bits at a time. Now a little bit lighter. It's the same principles as when you were highlighting earlier. You want to focus in the areas you've already kind of hit. It will help make the thing look more cohesive, more like these highlights belong, rather than the truth, which is that they're just randomly stippled on. Okay. Now I'm going to go back in with that highlight. I'm going to clean up a couple of spots that I feel like are a little bit in need of some more attention. Or just opportunities to lay in some extra texturing. Because fabrics love to be textured. The older it is, the more textured it ought to be, in my opinion. going to try moving. How can I move this? There you go. Just so that we're a little bit more actually where I'm working instead of being far away from where I'm working, which is what was happening before. Okay. Just make sure that this hasn't changed over to a different artist. We're still good. Okay. Okay. picking up where I left off this mini. First of all, Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a good one. There we go. All right. So I'm picking up where I left off. Last night I had a fun time. And I'm a little bit slow. And I'm sorry. Anyways, picking up where I left off. So I've done the head, I've done the face, super creepy. I've done most of the body I'm quite happy with. The cloak, I promised one of my Patreon followers that I would do some freehand stuff. So I've got a really simple design I'm going to stick to. It's a Lovecraftian thing. So I'm going to get that on the cloak. And then I'm going to jump into the non-metallic metals. And then I'll finish off with the wings and then the base. So it should be a little bit shorter. And then I might be on later on today with a different kind of content. So yeah, I'm gonna start with the freehanding because I want to show you guys how that's done. So, so the cloak, I did that using the Russian uniform, that like darker green color. Oopsies. And I'm gonna do essentially a sketch of the design. Let's see if I have a pencil. Usually I like to do these with a pencil first, but ooh, my knife. Just checking to see. Oh, I do have a pencil. Okay, great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a sketch of the freehand thing I'm going to do with the pencil. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a rough paint over of the design with this color that matches the base color of the cloak. And the reason why I'm doing that is the first round might not be exactly what I want. So just, sketching it in, doing an okay job of it, and then cleaning up later, it'll be a lot easier if I start with the same base as the cloak. And I'd rather start with the base than starting with the highlight. So this will go away, and I'll do the base. And I'm probably going to do the design of the thing in like goldish colors, just because it matches the rest of the palette. So I've got my design here. I wonder how it's going to work. Imagine this is the middle, roughly. I don't know if you can even see that. But, yeah, if this is the middle... Oh, that's why that's not working. Give me a second. I gotta sharpen this pencil. If any of you are on who's done any freehanding before, what's your favorite way to start? I say to no one. Okay. Tip number 1. Make sure your pencil is not covered in goo. So yeah, here's the middle line. Ugh. Still covered in goo. There we go. All right, let me get my reference up. So it's going to go kind of arcing in these two directions. One that way, and one this way. I'm going to have it come down a little bit. Okay. And then there's these wavy lines. Up, down, up, down, up. Okay. Whoops. Up here. Okay. If some of you are fans of Lovecraft, you might recognize this as the sigil of Dagon. A little bit mushed, but that's because of my seeming inability to draw this darn thing. Okay. That's roughly it. It's supposed to be 3 waves, and then this kind of horn shape on the top. And then... and then I'll... and then just for fun, I'll throw in like the... a line. Because always add something when you've got a line. And I kind of like the idea that this cloak is wonky because it's been torn. So that line is not going to be evenly across the entire base of this model. Sorry, I'm trying to get an angle that you guys can see me draw the line, but it's not really working. Okay. I don't know how well you can see it, but I've got it sketched in with pencil roughly where I'm going to go with these, with this like free-handed work. So I've got my base color green. Get that down on the palette. And a bit of water so I can thin it down. Get myself a medium brush. And let's get to carving out this shape. Let's see how visible it is from the get-go, but I'm expecting we'll be able to see it pretty immediately. Okay, I can't quite see it, so I'm going to put in a bit of black so I can make it darker. Where's my black? There you go. There we go. The main thing is I don't want to make this so like dark that that I can't actually see what I'm doing. This would be a lot easier if it wasn't painting in front of a camera. No offense to you guys. It's just the truth. Sorry, I wasn't even in the frame. Okay, having a bit of difficulty with this shape over here. Is okay. And otherwise getting a pretty good look at what this freehanding is going to look like. And now I'm going to put the line in. Again, lines are good. I'm just trying to follow where I sketched. Doesn't have to be perfect. I just have to be able to find it and see it, because it's going to be important later on when I actually paint it in. Okay. Great. If you know the shape, the design of the sigil of Dagon, which I guess I could like try to show you guys on stream. Then you'd be like, oh my god, Hugh, you nailed it. So here I've made a mistake, and I want to show you the benefits of having done this in a dark color. The sigil of Dagon swoops down like the, hold on, yeah, swoops down in a flying V. That's the idea. But I've got a little bit too much pigment here. Because I've already done this in a color that's pretty closely matching the rest of the cloak, it's going to be easy for me to paint that back in. I just have to go back in with like a little bit of light green or light brown, and I'll be back to normal. But the swoop, the two eyes on either side, and the wavy lines, those all came out pretty clear. And then the line on the bottom is just to indicate that the robe has been cut or damaged, and also to sort of show off the movement of it. You can barely make it out, but the line continues through that dark section and then over to here. And yeah, getting angles for you guys to be able to see it as I paint it is going to be a little bit tricky, but that's okay. So now, because I want it to pop, I'm going to come back to this dark red color. So actually that I have up here. That's like a super strong red. But I'm going to opt for the darker red, and that's going to be how I carve in what I actually want as my free-handed design on the back of the cloak. And then what I'm going to do on top of that is just some stitch lines to make it look like it's been woven in. Dark red, where'd you go? There you are. So yeah, burnt red from Vallejo. Great color. I'm not going to need a lot because I'm just kind of going over what I already had. But I will be using a slightly finer brush. Perfect. Okay. So yeah, again, my comment from before. This is good. This is how I wanted that to look. The reason why I do this in layers instead of just like jumping in is that you don't actually know how it's going to look when it's in your head. And so you need to test. So testing with this darker color just helps a lot. Okay. This is where we're fixing the design. Not sure if you can see it all that well, but I'll show it to you once I've finished it. Once I've finished this bit with the red. There. So you can kind of see there is a section that I didn't paint red that's still that dark color, and that's the part that I didn't like. So I've left it dark, and I can just fix it later on. Have this curl around a little bit, which is a little bit outside of where I originally had it sketched, but that is okay. I've not done the elbow piece here, so I'm not worried if I get paint on it. Great. You guys all have a good New Year? And yeah, you don't have to follow your sketch like to the letter. It's the point is it's a sketch. But again, like these dark parts where I have, I guess you could say, missed what I originally sketched, I'm leaving that behind because I can touch it up super easily. It's already kind of the green color. Alright, and now the big line on the bottom, which I'm going to make a little bit thicker than what I sketched. So I want it to have like a more of a presence than just like a line. So I'm going to go on the outsides of it first, and then I'll fill in the rest. Okay, and now to fill in the space between those two lines. Should be a fair bit faster because I have more of a margin to work with. Beauty. Alright, we've got our design sketched in. It's looking good. At least I think it's looking good. I don't need to go to the same level of detail as what I do on my like non-metallic metals, so I'm just going to jump right in with a yellow and start painting in the gold features. Sorry, it's going to be a tan first and then yellow. So I'll start with what's this? Yellow ochre? Green ochre. I'll start with green ochre. It's got a little bit more of like a warm profile. And then I'll go into the yellow. I don't know why my video is like super bright. Like much brighter than it usually is. If you guys are just joining, I'm doing a little tutorial on freehanding like designs. In this case, it's on this creature's cloak. And if it's something you want me to focus on or go back and explain again, I'm more than happy to do that. I like to think of this channel as like it's a little bit of like a come hang out, just have some noise in the background, but it's also, you know, I'm also happy to teach and share, you know, my stuff. Okay, gotta get that red out. Beauty. Green ochre, bit of water. And I'm just going to jump in with a super tiny brush, even smaller than the one I was using before, because we're just going to do tiny marks. That's it. So I was using this, wait, hold on. I was using this, which is a 0.4. Are we the same size? Yeah. I'm going from a 0.4 to a 0.3. They look almost the same, but their tips are different. I might even actually, as I'm looking at them, I might even jump all the way down to a 0.0. If Hugh can find his brushes, which he currently can't. Let me put my brushes back where they usually go. Put out a video yesterday that was like just Hugh sounds, because my friends like to tell me that I make funny sounds. And everyone at the New Year's party was like, oh my god, it's so funny. Alright. So this, best way to start is just to start. There is no best method or whatever. You just get in there. I don't want to hide all the red. I just want to make it look like it's stitching. You know? I'm trying to keep the lines going in the same direction, but I'm not perfect. No one is. So just do your best. Tiny little lines. A whole lot of them. Trick here is refill your brush regularly because your brush will just dry out and there's no getting around that. I mean, I guess there is if you bought chemicals to slow down the drying process of the paint, but we're not doing that. Yeah, take on small sections at a time. And if the paint isn't going, double check that your tip hasn't dried, which does happen with these tiny brushes. And just in general, kind of like what they say at the gym, stay hydrated. Yeah, my tip dried out. It's okay. Quick rinse with water. Get some more paint on. And continue. Okay, this part's going to be interesting to get in the camera while I'm doing it, but let's do our best. This section is big enough, I think I can do a cross hatch. Ooh, it's rough. That is okay. Even bad texture is still texture. This part just takes patience. Please bear with me while I try to not block the view with my big old hands. So for this section that's in the shadow, I'm actually just going to put hints of the stitching, not all of the stitching. Because I do want it to look like it's in shadow. So just the edges will do. I don't know if you can see, but yeah, I don't know how well that comes through. But I've only added bits of yellow to the edges of that red, not all the red. I know I'm going all over the place. I really am trying to stick to, a particular area at a time. Now, brush dry it again. Again, it's okay. It happens. Small brushes, they dry fast. Just give it a rinse, get some more paint, continue. Okay, like I said, this area is big enough I can do some cross hatching, so cross hatching. Yeah, you're able to see? Good. Also, how's the volume over there? Let me know if the music's too loud, too quiet. These sections, you just gotta, what do you call it? Lock in. You just hit it and you keep on hitting it until it's done. And that's just what you gotta do. How can I position this so you can see? Okay. Apologies. I'm just going to do this the best way that I can, and you're not going to be able to see much, and that's just the state of things. So, sorry. Still try, but there's just this section I got to get through that I just cannot, for the life of me, figure out how to get it on camera. But I'll be able to show it when it's done. It's where the cape kind of like flips up. Dry tip again. I did try to set up the camera so that you'd be able to see what I'm doing all the time, but it doesn't always work. Just, my head being attached to my neck, which is in a different place than where the camera is, because I cannot see through cameras, means that sometimes you miss out on the action. And to that I say, tough luck. Be patient. Remember to breathe. These tiny brushes and these tiny details will make you crazy. Don't let them. Just keep one little bit at a time and you will get there. Plus, we're almost done. Well, not almost done, but like almost done this part. Afterwards, we're going to do the same thing, but only in the raised areas and with a highlight. So that it'll look like it's like shiny in the parts that are raised up. Okay. And then at the very end, I'll come in and fix the parts that are broken. All right, got a bit of a design going on here, which is very good. I'm able to make out most of it, but it'll become more clear once it's brightened up with a highlight color. Because although this is the right hue, it's not the right vibrancy to really stand out against the natural color of the cloak. So we're doing the right thing. You just need to trust the process. You got to do incremental jumps in brightness when you're dealing with, well, any material, but fabrics in particular. Because a big jump in brightness and it'll just look kind of cartoony. I mean, it's already kind of cartoony, but it'll look more cartoony. Okay. Oh my gosh, I need some water. Oh, better. Okay. Yellow. Not just any yellow, golden yellow. This is going to really pop. Okay. This should be immediately clear. Yeah, that is immediately clear. I don't know if you guys can see this, but on the tip of my brush is this little like ball. That's a sign that the paint has fully dried and needs to be taken off because it is adhered to the tip of the brush. Not a strong pinch, you're not trying to rip the hairs out, you're just trying to get that little ball off. Because it will continue to get in the way. Very, very good. And again, in this part where the cloak is kind of like goes down a fair bit into like shadow, I'm just going to give a bit of highlights on the top and bottom of the sigil of like what I'm drawing. In this case is the big line. Still have a pop of light here, and then I'm back to the tops and bottoms. But for this little like fine detail stuff, you're just kind of constantly refilling your brush, and that's just how it be. There's no getting around it. Is that tricky area again? All right. Definitely have a design going on this cloak. Last little bit, I'm going to go in and add some white to the yellow and do the really bright highlights. And I chose the Lovecraftian design because it's the sort of thing where like it's forgiving in that a lot of people don't really recognize Lovecraftian designs when they see them. Like, most people wouldn't immediately clock that as the sigil of Dagon. Which is fine. And good for me. Because if I royally screw it up, that means there are fewer people who will notice. Most people are going to look at that and be like, oh cool, there's a thing on it. And leave it at that. Wait, is this? Yeah. Matte white. Which I need to get more of. I'm running kind of low. And I use it all the time. Okay. I promise once I'm done with this part, we'll be back to regular size brush and regular size speed for a while. We're not going to spend all day at this level of like micro focus. Mostly because I would go crazy. When I come back in here and reconnect that line, it seems to have kind of fallen off. Which is okay, you know, stuff happens, but still. Shoot. I'm running out of my color. Gotta mix some more. Okay. I'm back. All right. Okay. We have a design on the back of this cloak. It's a very bright design, but that's going to work out well once we have our metallic colors on this guy. So I'm going to move on from there. I'll probably end up doing a wash, again, just to bring it back together. But, yeah, pretty happy with that. And I'm actually not even going to bother with the parts. Remember I mentioned the sketch was a little bit out of place in certain areas? I'm just going to leave it. It's fine. With the brightness of the design here, I don't think it's going to be a big issue. Okay. Time for metals. We're going to do gold, just because I've been practicing my gold and I like it. Plus, we already have the golden, like we've got golden hair, we're going to have the golden crown, we're going to have the golden sword and the golden bracer. It's just giving me very gold, like this is the way I should be going. So, I'm going to do that. Luckily, I have a bunch of the colors already on the palette. I just need to make my palette behave better, because it's being a butt right now. I'll explain how, but it's a little complicated. Alright, as per the usual. Burnt red slash for the light base, which I don't even know if I have them marked. I don't really have it marked. I kind of went over it. That's okay. Burnt red. I will use a bit of the French blue to cool down certain areas if it's too warm. And then my in between is going to be again the green ochre and the golden yellow, finishing with white. Why is my camera so bright? Here, I'll turn these down. I don't need them quite so strong in my face. Oh, plus starting to feel a little bit of the effects of last night. All right, gold. Let's get started with this gold. Oh wait, sorry. First. My brush. Always wash your brush. That's what I keep on saying. Come on, Hugh. Follow what you teach people. Be a good example. Especially when it's like a brush that you care about. This is a Winsor & Newton, which is a brush that I care about. So yeah, everyone out there, wash your brush. Just do it. It's always worth it. And when you're done, make sure to put a little bit of that brush soap and leave it in the brush. It works like a conditioner, like a leave-in conditioner, if you're someone who knows what that is. For those of you who don't know what that is, I don't know, I'm not here to teach you about hair. Get some red. Get myself a nice big brush. I'm gonna use this today. I haven't used it in a while. And thin it down. Never go in with the original thickness of the paint. It is almost never correct coming out of the bottle, which is a good thing. Otherwise, that would be very poor value on the bottles. That's even a little too thick. It's the consistency of soy sauce. That is how thick you want your paint, which is not thick at all. It's actually quite thin. If you guys are sending stuff in the chat, I'm not able to see it. Or at least nothing's shown up yet. But as always, if there's something you want me to focus on, or redo, or explain, or whatever, just let me know. I'm always happy to. Great. Gotta do some brush acrobatics to get to the parts of the arm that I can barely reach. Those parts will just stay red. It's fine with me. You know what? Maybe I will make the sword kind of more silver colored. Yeah, I will. That way I can accentuate this like spike design. Again, this is another one of those moments where I'm sorry, I just need to have the model at a specific angle so I can get at it. And I know you can't see it, and there's nothing I can do about it. I just need to get in there. Like a dentist. Except that I'm not pulling any teeth out. I'm painting teeth. Or I already painted the teeth, but you get the idea. Okay. Bracer, done. Sword, hilt, and pommel, done. Hat. doing. Great. A great start. Go in and just put a bit of a second coat on the forearm because it's just so big. But I want that red to read really well. Okay. Great. You guys know the drill. You've done this before, I think. We're going to look at this model. I'm going to pick a direction where I think the light is coming from. And I think it's like this. Light's kind of going this way. I know it's pretty uniform, but there's just a little bit more highlighting going on top. So light's coming from this way, which means brighter down by the wrist, darker up towards the arm wrap, and then the arm wrap will be bright. Yeah. So we're going to hop into the green ochre. Nice and thin. Make sure we have a nice point. And just start carving in some of where the light's going to be. thing has a lot of detail to it. More than I initially thought. It's alright. Got a nice amount of gauntleting in. I'm gonna make it a little bit brighter just by giving it a little bit more coverage. Because after all, this is not the super bright. The purpose of this layer is to show the shape, not the edges. The purpose of the super bright, which is the whites, is to show the edges. Okay. Oh. Time for the crown. Same exercise. Crown front, done. Time for the crown back. Oh, great, I can't see it. Oh, sorry again, guys. It's another one of those moments. Just lots of weird, hard to reach areas in this model. Not a bad thing. I mean, it's not great for filming, but it's it makes it difficult for me to showcase it. So I'll just try and be quick. Alright. Last little thing. Alright. That crown is getting the shapes it needs. Now we're going to switch over to... Oh man, I need some water. We're going to switch over to the yellow. I'm going to do a half tone with some of the yellow just to give it, some transition time. And then we're going to move into the pure yellow, and then to the yellow-white, and then the white. And then we're there. So we're just going over the same areas we were in before. We're just giving it a little bit more. And we're gradually moving towards showing the edges rather than the shape. Gradually. You don't need to do it all at once. I swear, I'm gonna get good at this eventually, enough that I can just bang it out without really thinking. Which would be very nice. One moment. I gotta go yell at my friend and tell him to join the stream. Alright. Okay, sword, done the yellow part. You can see it's already kind of coming up in that brightness, so that it should contest with the cloak. And now, oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna do a little bit of detailing on the. Okay. Now onto the crown. Make the crown a little bit brighter because it's got that yellow hair that's right next to it, and so it can't be. It needs to be brighter than the sword, otherwise it won't stand out. There we go. Yes, I know a lot of people who would just slap on some metallic paint and be done with it. But that's not what we're here to do. I swear, I've seen so many YouTube videos that are like, here's how you can get amazing features quickly. Which is great. You know, I love that they're showing that. But why not teach and show people how to do the really technical stuff? Because, like, yeah, if you wanted to do this super quickly and super easily, everyone would recommend, and I would recommend Slap Chop, which is just where you spray paint from the top, doing the zenithal, which I've shown you in other videos, and then you do contrast paints on top of that. And yeah, it can have a good effect. Like, you can, like, if you're doing a Warhammer army or a Trench Crusade army or whatever, and you've got like 50 models to paint. Oh, I'm going to turn this so you can actually look at me. Like that, you know, I get you just want to just be done with it, but anyways, I don't want that. I want to get into the technicals. I want to do it the hard way. Because I think there's some really good value in doing things the harder way. And the harder way, which is the more technical way, is where there tends to be a little bit more gatekeeping. More like, oh, I'm not going to show you how this is done, or I'm not going to walk you through the steps, or, you know. Like talking about color theory. Talking about, oh, shit. Shoot! I spilled while I was yapping. It's okay. Can save it, no problem. Just need to get a dry brush, and there we go. And yeah, I like doing the technical way, the harder way. Okay, we're almost onto the whites, which is where it all kind of comes together. I think what I'm going to do is I'm also going to do a bit of a glaze. I haven't shown you guys any glazing yet, but this is a situation that kind of calls for it because of that bracer that is just so big, and there's like quite a bit of red still visible. Yeah. Okay, whites, pretty much, and then we'll do the glazing that I was just talking about. Back to the tiny brush. I know I told you we were done with Tiny Brush, but I lied. We're never done with Tiny Brush. We're always coming back to Tiny Brush. Tiny Brush is always in our future. All hail Tiny Brush. Looking shiny. Elbow pad. Okay. And now I just have to do the crown. I'm going to do a bit of glazing just to even it out a little bit, but looks pretty good. So glazing. I'm going to start off with like what is glazing. So you've seen washes. Washes are thin down paints that apply just like a very, very light gradient or tone. Glazing is a similar kind of thing, but it's a different spread of the paint. So it's not using the same solution that washes use. It's using, honestly, just paint and water. And the trick behind glazing is that you're using specifically water, because water will evaporate much faster than the stuff that's in washes. So I'm going to make a glaze out of, I think, the ochre color. And it's going to be super, super thin. Thin like almost water, honestly. I'm going to make a good amount of it because it does have a tendency to dry out. But you want it to be like so thin that when you put your brush to the model, there should be a moment of like, is this even going to stay on? Like, am I even going to be able to see the paint? That's already too thick. More. There we go. Okay. Here, I'll do a little bit on here so you can see. See how transparent that is? If I just wipe it away, it's like almost nothing there. That's how much you want. And I'm just going to just the whole thing. I'm avoiding the parts that I did in white already, because I want those just to continue to shine. But this glaze should bring a good amount of the tone of our gold out. And yeah, it's super, super thin. I'm going to do it a couple of times. And the idea is that you build up the color that you want. Already you can kind of see it working on the gauntlet. Just super watery, super thin, a little bit at a time. If you get an area that you didn't want to get, you can just hit it with your thumb, because yeah, the glaze is super thin. Again, it's practically water. I know some people who, after they've been painting a bunch of like super dark stuff, will just put their brush in the you're cleaning your water jar and just like use that as a glaze. That's an idea of how thin it is. Okay, I've already done 2 coats, and it is giving me the right tone that I want, so I can stop there on that part of the gauntlet, and I can turn my focus to other parts, like the crown. I might also glaze the stuff that we did on the cloak. Yeah. Just so that it kind of comes together a little bit. Specifically for the areas that are like quite dark. Bit of glaze would be really helpful. Super thin, 1 layer at a time. You do not want puddles. What I just did, where I've got a puddle in there, you don't want that. So I know some people who have done whole armies of like Space Marines just with glazing. They're maniacs, in my opinion, but it does come up with good results. Okay, that's enough glazing. Happy with that. It looks gold to me. I hope it looks like gold to you. Yeah. Missed a bit in the back. That's okay. All right. What's left to do? The sword, which is going to be done in like a classic gray metal. So I'll use this. And because it's already sprayed blue, I'm going to keep that blue as the base. And yeah. I'll just do a quick little non-metallic whatever on this with the French blue and then again moving up to white. And then we'll come to the feathers. Although, I'll be honest, I'm tired. I might just leave the feathers the way they are. They look nice enough. They're just a bit of dry brush. Tiny brush. Oops. Thank you very much. That wasn't even a tiny brush, that was just a regular brush. French blue for the steel. Same exercise as before. We're literally repeating everything, just with a different color this time. Light is coming from here, so it's going to be a nice amount of coverage in here. We're going to see I'll try and make the top part a little bit more than the bottom part. Wow, I can barely even see that. Okay. Same thing over here. I might have picked a color that was too dark to begin with. That's okay. Principles are still the same. Get some white in there, and I'm just going to work it up to a color that I like. Yeah, that I can see. More white. Rinse and repeat. Remember that as you go, you're transitioning from showing the shape of the object to showing the edges of the object. Guys, when I'm done this, I'm going to get such a lunch. I have no idea what yet, but oh. The after New Year's cravings have begun. More white. Oh, actually, I need more white on the palette. Okay. Dang it. I made a bit of a mess. It's okay. Like I said, we're not all perfect. More white, and we keep going. And now we're pretty much at just white. Okay. Oh. Now there is a shiny sword that this thing will cleave you in two with. Last thing to do, dry brush a little bit of the stuff into the feathers. I was originally going to do like a totally like zinch thing and like have a transition from like the blue to like a pinkish, whitish business going on. But I think there's enough going on here. We've got a lot of highlights, a lot of focal points, shiny golds, this creepy head. I think we're okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply some dry brush on the wings with the white, and then do the base and call it a day. And then get lunch. So, because I have a smaller area I'm working with, I'm going to use a different dry brush than what I usually use. Usually I use this thing, which is in terrible condition. Let me pull out the other one. Oh, I'll use this one actually, which is a makeup blending. It's a blending brush. You get them at a drugstore, makeup store. Don't get them from a makeup store, actually. You'll be paying more than an actual brush. But go to the drugstore and get one of these. And they are awesome. Just awesome. Same rule as any other brush. Clean them, take care of them. Your brushes will love you if you can take care of them. Yeah. So I'm going to get some white. More white, I guess. And dry brushing... I'm actually going to do it this way. I'm just going to put the white directly on my dry brushing board. With a bit of the thing I did not mean to drop. A little bit of my medium. I'll mix it up and then I'll use that. I will not mix it up with this. I'll mix it up with this. Okay. Clean that. Get some of this in here. And we are... Yep, good. Loading up the brush. Testing on these different materials. That's not quite... Oh, you know what? Actually, it's a good place to start. Maybe I will still do the Zinch thing. The Zinch thing, by the way, is when you just have, like, pink at the tips of the wings. The whole point of this model was that people were complaining that... Not people. No one was complaining, but, like, commenting that I was doing mostly grimdark stuff. Whereas this is still horror, but not necessarily grimdark. Alright. You know what? I will. I'm going to give it a bit of pink. So, the way we're going to do this is... Nope. No, I'm not. Nope. It would mean redoing a bunch of stuff. And it wasn't part of the plan, so I'm going to leave it. Okay. Okay. Ground. Let's do the ground next. We're near the end. For the ground, I already have a lot of brown and stuff going. I am going to have it kind of match the cloak. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with this English uniform. I'm going to give it a nice quick coat of English uniform. And then I'll give it some accents using Rakarth Flesh. That'll be fun. This would be an interesting contrast between the two. Alright. English uniform first. We're doing ground textures, so it's not particularly... It's not a big deal whether, you know, it's thin or thick. Because it's by far not the focus of the model. Alright, big brush. Some water to thin it out. I am not separating out the paints to like do little batches this time. I'm just thinning out all of it because I'm going to use all of it. If I end up mixing other colors in from the palette, it will only serve to make the base more interesting to look at. Also, because I'm now doing the base, I don't really need it on the holder. We're just looking for coverage here. There's no special technique. Because this is a rocky terrain, I'm doing more dabbing than brushing. But But that's only because of how rocky the terrain is. If this was flat, I would just be brushing. I'm going to be careful not to get anything on the toes. Spend so much time making those feet look cool. Ground textures are one of those things where, like, you should always remember to do your base. But, oh hey Irene. You should always remember to do your base. But, like, just so you have something. But people are really looking at the rest of the model. I'm not talking about Golden Demon here. That's a different league. But okay. Now what I'm going to do for this rocky terrain is I'm going to mix in a whole bunch of water so that the paint is super runny. And it will help me get coverage on the bits that I wasn't able to reach with my brush. It won't be super opaque. That's fine. It's the ground. Not exactly the most important bit. It does look very baby girl. Right now my camera's overexposed, but I think you can kind of see the face. Yeah. It's one of those faces that, Irene, you would look at and you would say, wow, that's horrible. I hate it. Or no, you'd say, thanks, I hate it. Alright. First coat of base down. Some switching paints to the Rakath. I can't read it right now because it's in the Vortex mixer. Rakath flesh. Is it flesh? So the Rakath flesh will be a really nice contrast because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of slap it on. And it's just going to give a second tone that's going to add a lot of interest to the otherwise totally random rocks. You can kind of already see it doing its work. You know, here's the side with just the earth tone, and here's the side with the Rakath flesh. And I'm just like dabbing randomly. But I'm intentionally not trying to get full coverage. I'm trying to get random spots. It just gives the indication that for some reason the rocks are not all uniform. And that is often how it is in nature. Because of the weather or whatever. In the case of this miniature, I don't have an image in my head of where this thing is. Somewhere in the dark, I imagine. But, like, having the speculative, like having these little details that you're just improvising as the painter is going to help the viewer, your players or your friends or your mom or whoever, imagine, and it's going to help them place the creature somewhere in the world. It's going to help them It's going to help the creature kind of come to life in their eyes. Just going to mix in a bit of white, just so we can add a couple of places of high relief so that they kind of looks, you know, lived in. The only downside with this new camera angle is that I can't use my showcase spinny wheel to show you what the thing looks like anymore. This is okay. It's a necessary evil. Okay. As always, final step, grab some black, clean up the base. I don't often use props like fake grass. I did for a little bit. For like Warhammer, but for this sort of thing, no. They kind of got expensive out of nowhere. So, all right, I need my black, which I had out just a second ago. There we go. Black. And we're just gonna make the outside rim of the base black. That is our only objective. Like that. This music is very spooky for the very not spooky thing I'm doing. Okay. The rim is black. I'm going to put them back on the thing so that you'll be able to see. Actually, I'm going to put them on the higher one. Oh. All right, you guys. There he is. I've been calling this one the Grotesque of Joy, primarily for that face, that awful, awful, awful face. Sorry, my setup is a little bit swingy. I'll put out a post soon showing the whole thing and doing like a proper expo using my fancy, motorized turning table. But I think we got a truly disgusting and upsetting and cool, beast creature. And I'm happy that the blue skin didn't end up like being too dark, too undersaturated. It really helps make the thing look like it is two creatures smushed into one. Yeah. Yeah, I love how the cape came out too. All right. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to go get some lunch. And I'll probably be on later on today. And I'm test painting a series where I roll on a bunch of spinners to determine a color palette and paint up some good old-fashioned Space Marines. It'll be much less high-quality paint jobs than what you've been seeing on these streams so far. And that is because it's supposed to be shorter form content. So, probably streaming for like 1 or 2 hours and mostly done with like airbrush. I'll probably do slap chop with that too. Because like, again, the whole point is like, oh, I'm spinning on a wheel, who knows what colors I'm going to get, and just kind of have fun with messing around with palettes rather than doing the really high fidelity painting that I've been doing so far. But yeah, Happy New Year. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, and yeah, stay courageous. Bye.